Community, are we live? Can you guys hear us out there? I always wonder if these microphones are working. So we're going to call this meeting to order. If you would, we're going to have Gene Shelburne go ahead and give the invocation. So if you'd all rise, we're going to pray, and then we're going to do the pledges.
The agenda for today's meeting tells us, Lord, that the topics we deal with during this hour won't be much different from those addressed week after week in these chambers for multiple decades past. Almost every item we consider will in some way involve dollars and cents. Thank you, Lord, for the prosperity that makes us able to adequately equip our city staff and to pay for the changes that will make our town the kind of place we want our grandkids to live and work in. Teach us, Lord, to use our dollars and cents with good sense. We ask you, Lord, that you give our elected leaders your guidance and your wisdom, not only in this hour, but also in their first time to go through the city's arduous budget review process next week. We confess, Lord, that most of us never think we have enough dollars. Too many of us are prone to spend dollars we don't have. Help us handle our city's finances wisely in all the decisions made here today. In the name of your Son, who taught us what matters more than money, amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. You'll join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we'll do the Texas flag as well. Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God,
one and indivisible.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, well, good afternoon. We have had a morning together already, so enjoying all my quality time with my fellow councilmen. If our faces look a little long and tired, it's because we're in the middle of budget over the next couple days. So you have a fantastic council and staff that is really working hard for you guys, and so I believe we will have a good meeting here today and then continue to march on the path that we've set out on to run this city like a business. One thing that's important in doing business is listening to your customers. And so we have public comment coming up, and we have a few customers that are going to come down here and speak to us today. Ms. City Secretary, who do you have first?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 7 individuals signed up today. Thank you for participating in our meeting today. We are glad you're here to share your input with us. At each posted meeting, we invite our community members to address City Council regarding posted agenda items or anything related to city business or policy. Every speaker today will have 3 minutes to speak. After 2.5 minutes, you'll hear a warning beep sound alerting you that you have 30 seconds left to wrap up your thoughts. If you're here to speak, we don't have any public hearings today, so we welcome you up to make your comments. When you come to the microphone, if you will state your name and whether or not you live in the city of Amarillo limits for our records, and then make your comments to council. We'll start today with Jill Humphrey, and on deck after Ms. Humphrey will be Keith Grays. Sure.
Good afternoon. My name is Jill Humphrey, and I reside in Amarillo. I'd like to welcome each of you to your new leadership roles, and I'm here to speak about the current state of animal welfare in Amarillo. I used to attend city council meetings regularly and speak to the leadership about animal welfare in Amarillo. I have pages of comments asking the former mayor and city council members, as well as the current city manager, to look at ways we could improve live release rates in Amarillo. Back then, in 2018, in 19 is when I attended pretty regularly. It fluctuated between 70 to 80% live release rates. I'd hoped that leadership would take a more active role in improving those numbers, but I really believe that inaction by city leadership and hiring of an AMW director with no animal management experiences has made those percentages drop significantly. In May of this year alone, 52% of animals made it out alive. Percentages are now in the 50 to 60% range. I volunteer for rescue and have for years, and if it weren't for the work of rescues, those numbers would be much greater. In fact, AMW had on site a rescue that was doing phenomenal work for AMW. I won't get into all the details of what transpired there, but they're no longer working with or directly on site with AMW. I know that we're going to hear that this is a problem because citizens are irresponsible. True, many are. But on the other hand, a friend of mine and citizen of Amarillo, fellow animal advocate, decided to take steps that the city couldn't take or wouldn't take. And what did she do? She opened a low-cost spay and neuter clinic here in Amarillo. Since its inception, they have spayed and neutered over 16,000 animals. Okay? That is a citizen getting involved in doing something. There's a waiting list. So even though we may say they're irresponsible people, there is a huge waiting list for people to get in to have their animals spayed, neutered, taking care of their animals. Okay. I'm going to get to what I just passed out to you all. In addition to coming here to look to this group for solutions to this problem, we have great minds in Amarillo that can work together to solve this problem, including a vet school. I want to share a case from AMW that falls in line with my earlier comments about having an experienced director, how that makes a difference. I gave you a picture of Royal. This is her before and after picture of being in care of AMW. I worked with a group of people to secure her release, and I paid about $400 of my own money to help this owner. The notes attached are from the clinic director and clinic veterinarian. I don't have time to discuss this whole event, and I'm out of time, but I'll be back to share
Ms.
more.
Humphrey, go ahead and continue.
Okay. All I was going to say is I don't have time to discuss the whole event, but it is inexcusable. I have all the notes from that case. At a later date, I also would like to share about releasing of numerous emptying cat cages to a rancher who has not been vetted by AMW. I spoke personally to the assistant director at AMW, and he confirmed that there was no vetting of the release of 20 to 30 cats at a time. Again, more to come. I know my time is limited, but I hope to be able to visit with you all on a future date. Thank you.
We'll work on it with you, Mel. Thank you.
Next is Mr. Grays. And after Mr. Grays, Jesse Frimmer will be next.
Good afternoon, gentlemen and lady. I'm Keith Grays. I reside at 2326 Northwest 11th Street. I'm a native Amarilloan. I will be turning 66 years of age this October, and I've lived here all of my life, with the exception of attending school out of the city here. I'm a little bit hurt because I've come and sat with some of you personally and asked for your help with North Heights, Amarillo, with some of the demolition of burned buildings, the overgrowth. I went out today to the burned building at Monroe Street, the old Monroe Apartments, directly across the street from a city park. By the way, hats off to Parks and Recreations, because the parks look good. And I know you've been through some processes of it changing hands, and it went from one thing to another. It went from an abandoned, needing to be demolished building to a burned structure. I get that. But how long? In 65 years, I've seen a community that has been abandoned and neglected, and we are taxpayers. Somebody has given somebody a grant to develop 30 homes built from scratch in the northern quadrant, specifically North Heights, Amarillo. Those properties should have enhanced and should have created some aesthetic beauty and growth for new structures and created a property value in North Heights, Amarillo, as our property taxes have gone up exponentially, in my opinion. Those properties are sitting there now with 8 feet tall weeds all around them. New structures that look like a jungle out of Africa. It hurts. I lost my mom in September. And my mom was an advocate for wanting to keep a nice community. I was raised by a single parent. And one of the things I was taught by that old black lady who was my rock is how to use a lawnmower. When I couldn't get a lawnmower, she told me to go across the street and borrow the weed slinger. And I learned how to cut a front yard with a weed slinger, create a youth employment for the summer months. And let's get some lawnmowers in those kids' hands. And let's get some weed slingers in those kids' hands. And let's get them out there and teach them the value of property. I know people talk the big buzzword in Amarillo for the last 20 years has been quality of life. But what quality of life do you have as an individual who resides in a neighborhood that drives past a burned structure, things that need demolishing, and also weeds? This is not hyperbole, y'all. I'm not over-exaggerating. These weeds are 8 feet tall. I have a blind young man that lives across the street from one of the new properties. He's blind. His outdoor sitting on his front porch is about 3 blocks from Wild Horse Lake. And now we are afraid for him to sit out there because right in front of that lake are these new structures, and we're afraid of snakes. We still have snakes in Amarillo, and they crawl where they can looking for water, and it's a jungle over there, guys. It's not just North Heights, but it is more prevalent in North Heights, Amarillo. 30 years ago, in a drunken stupor, I'd have probably come in here and told y'all it was racist. It's not black. It's not white. It's not brown. It needs mowing.
Thank you, sir.
Next is Mr. Frommer. And council, you have a handout at your place that Mr. Frommer has provided. On deck will be Mr. Skank.
Yes, I'm Jesse Frommer at 5723 South Milam. I live in Amarillo, Texas. I've been here 55 years. I was 27 years in Grapevine, Texas, but I came to this city because of its practicality and weather. And a lot of people don't appreciate it, which I do, because I like this over what's in Grapevine, Texas. So in talking about that, I bring these issues up before you about complimentary to 2 of your council members, Mr. Simpson and Mr. Sherlin, for their rebounding to my complaints about things within the city, and they've both been very helpful in getting things resolved, or complimenting us citizens for our attention to some of these details. So I give great compliments to them. Also to the effort to 2 of your staff members, Mr. Harder, that is dealing with your drainage system and your gutter system. I really liked his effort to help us in resolving a problem on 58th Street. Also, we had this concern with Mr. Diaz and his weed control over in a part of our section of the city, and he got some weeds cut down on 58th Street, which I appreciate. But that brings a problem on the drainage system that we have, is that when you cut the weeds, you let the weeds stay on the sidewalks, which goes into the gutter, which eventually becomes a dam to the drainage system, which ends up causing a contamination on the gutter system that then compromises the asphalt where the collection of water is. And one of those main problems is there at Janae and 58th Street. But Mr. Harder was good about coming out, sending out staff to get rid of a lot of debris in the gutters, but it's still causing a real damage section at that street intersection. My paper I sent to you was in regards to an example of a 5% increase on all issues with regards to the enterprise zone. I feel that's a little aggressive. I appreciate Ms. Storrs in her interest in that regard, but if you can look at the numbers, you can see that in 2000 I spent $332 for all of my utilities back in 2000, and I used 32,000 gallons of water. Then in 2022, I spent $733, and I used 31,000 gallons of water. Now, in 31,000 gallons in a year, would be $36,000 based on the rate. The rate is 36,000 gallons. That's 3,000 gallons a month. If you take that and multiply, that's 36 gallons is what we pay on our rate. But if you look at the actual cost per gallon at the rate, the people that pay the rate, which are people that don't irrigate their properties, pay a higher rate for their costs per gallon than the people that use the water and abuse our city streets by dumping it into the gutters. And I feel that we are being abused as citizens that are working within the rates. We're paying more than people that abuse the water system by overusing the water and the water getting into the gutters. So thank you all for your time.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Next, James Skank, and on deck will be Judith Isbell.
James Skank, living in the city. My first comments are about public comment. And I just want to thank you for opening us up and making this more flexible for people to address you. Makes it more comfortable. You took down the ropes, cut down the barriers, and you're allowing people who want to finish a well thought out explanation of what they're about. That's getting in touch with us. That's making it where that transparency shows through. And as for the mic use, it's getting a little better. As long as you speak right into it. Because, when people are listening, and I don't know how many do online, and you're back from your mic, it's gone on the computer. It's just away. This morning's efforts, Laura and everybody's mics were great on some level. So, okay, brings me to that budget workshop. You guys don't look like you've been through that whipping, but that was a whipping to follow. And, it's a lot of numbers. I was asking Laura if calculations and numbers go through her head all night, She said, yeah, formulas and things that, and I can only imagine, but you're to a lot of kudos to the important questions that are being asked that I'm hearing, because you've got to dig in and you've got to get to those layers where government has waste, and we just need to discover it and be nice with it and do what's necessary to make it go away. And then that helps all of our bottom line. So I'm excited to see what goes on the next few days. Way to work.
Okay, Judith Isbell, and on deck will be Robin Isbell.
I'm Judith Isbell, and I have lived in Amarillo for over 45 years. I've lived in the same house in the same neighborhood, and I'm here to visit with you because I know you don't know unless we come and visit with you. The use of dumpsters in our neighborhood has gotten to be a real problem. Probably 2 to 3 times a week, someone comes and fills up our dumpster with limbs, trash, and different debris. And that keeps us from being able to use our dumpster. We try to say that we have paid for it, and we try to ask them to go to one of the libraries to dump, and they come up with that they don't have time, that because the landfill closes early and because the brush closes early, that they just need to put it in dumpsters. So we feel that there's a problem there. This is just happening, like I said, 2 or 3 times a week. And we feel like we've paid for our sanitation and that we would like to use our dumpster and not be put out by trying to find another place. Also, we have several elderly people that are not able to go look for another place to put their trash. And it has become a real problem that we hope that you can solve. I did call sanitation, and they told me to just take a picture of the license plate and call the police, and they would give them a citation, which I know our police don't have time to patrol the garbage cans for us. So I'm hoping that maybe we could come up with a solution that we could, maybe the city could let the public know about different places, and that really that dumpsters and alleys are not just public for the public to use. And that's what everyone says. This is public property and we can use it if we want to. But we feel like we're paying for it and we would like the use of it. Thank you so much for your time.
Ma'am, you're correct. You are paying for it, and we are working on a few additional options.
Okay.
Can I get your address real quick?
6144 Woodward.
Okay. Thank you, Judy.
And that's with Amarillo Boulevard right across from A&M Extension. So, you know, it's just, I can see why it's a perfect dumping place.
Sure.
But we would like to use it. Thank you.
Miss Isbell.
Thank you.
Miss Isbell. Excuse me, Judy. Or Miss Isbell, I'm over here. Alan Harder's right there in the back. He's the interim director of Public Works. He's over all the solid waste stuff. Can he have a few minutes of your time, maybe outside? And he can help you, I'm sure.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Appreciate you getting on that.
Okay, Robin Isbell is next, and on deck will be Robin Leah.
I just wanted to take a minute or two just to address the same situation. Well, in addition to, I've had several encounters with homeless people, or I'm not sure what they are. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, I don't know, but they are. I've had two instances where they out in the alley, where I live, 6144 Woodward. These people, they're acting very, I don't want to use the word, but they're acting like they could be a threat to people or themselves. And I think it's really a public safety issue. And I've been there. I've lived there for 45 years, and I have to hesitate now, and I have to be careful going out in my alley. Just the other day, there's a guy walking around, and he's looking at the ground. He looks up at the sky, and he wanders around, and he starts cursing and yelling at someone or himself. I'm not sure what. What I'm getting at is these people, they're wandering around, and I don't know. This one guy this happened about 8 months ago. I was scared to even go. I mean, I just made sure I didn't have an encounter with him, because this guy, he had his shirt off. He looked like an Indian on the warpath. I mean, this guy was really. So what I'm saying is, we have a lot of, I guess they're near Amarillo Boulevard and Lockney. There's a lot of traffic and of homeless people. And it's really getting to be a problem. I know that there are some ordinances against, I thought there used to be ordinances against loitering, but I don't know that that's constitutional. But I think that the city would do well, because there could be an incident occur that could get out of hand, and somebody could really get hurt, because these people really seem to, I don't know. But anyway, I would just appreciate that being addressed.
Yes, sir.
At some point. Thanks.
We are working on it. Appreciate it, sir.
What's your address, sir?
6144 Woodward.
And next is Robin Leah, and she is our last speaker that is registered today.
Hi, I'm Robin Leah, and I live within the city. I'm also here to speak about the homeless problem that is around my house. I live at 6140 Woodward, and I have had 3 separate incidents where homeless people are coming up to my front door. They're ringing my doorbell. I have a big picture window in my front. They're coming and looking in my window. So if I choose not to answer the door, they're still looking in. I have people come up and say, my dog is in your backyard. They try to look from the alley into my backyard. My neighbor's house, they've tried to make camp under their shrubs. I've come home and they've been sitting on the side of my yard with all of their belongings. During the middle of the day, they'll be yelling down the street, "This is my effing kingdom and I'm the effing king." And this is in the middle of the day. I hesitate sometimes to go out and check my mail because I'm looking to see who's out there. I hesitate sometimes to water my flowers. I'll go in quickly because there are very disturbing people walking down our street. Let's see here. I've had an incident where they have approached my husband in the morning when he's trying to go to work and it was dark outside. I went and immediately got the gun because I didn't know what was happening. There was a confrontation outside and they were asking him for money. You know, my daughter, who's almost 16 years old, is afraid to stay home because of the problem of these people. And it's never been like this, and it is out of control. And so I would hope, I don't even feel safe in my own home with all of these people around. It's a real problem, and you need to address it. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
Mayor, that concludes everyone that signed up today.
That's everyone that's signed up. Do we have anyone else here that would like to make a public comment before we move on? Reverend Brashears?
Mayor Stone Cold Stanley. I've got a poem for you all, but before I do, and I have a reason for this. Captain Milton Poole, he used to be the captain of the Amarillo Police Department for around 30 years. He penned 2 books. One is Cops Are People Too, and the other one is Behind the Badge. Everybody in America, not only here in Amarillo, needs to read these books. When you pick them up, if you start reading, you can't put them down. And he's a fine gentleman, and what he said was so true. And I just want to say also to Les Simpson, we've known each other for years, this is the first time I've ever had a council member send me a little personal note. I want to thank you for that. That touched my heart. And Mr. Mayor, and you and the council, you all have brought back life to this city. And I have a poem for you. Let's not talk about the mayor and council. Rather, take them to God in prayer. Do all you can to help them. Show them that you care. For the eyes of God are on you. So be careful what you say. Let's not run down the mayor and the council. Why don't you take that talking time to pray? Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. How are you today? Good. Can you give us your name, please?
My name's Lila Mitchell.
Okay.
I am here representing Mary Lou Hazel Riggs Braids and Fades. Whew. 3 minutes. I talk too much for 3 minutes, y'all. But anyway, to get to the matters. $1,250 for a part. That's not real. 2 years. We've had Boneswood Park for 4 years. Last year and 21, we paid for the park. Yo, we walked in mud. We walked in weeds. No one had sprayed. But guess what? We did over 300 kids' heads that day. We never gave up. I talked bad. but we never let it go any further. To let you know that Braids and Fades started when Mr. Tweet, Mr. Stoddard, and Mr. Robert Taylor were around. Excellent, excellent, because they let me show them our parks. They got to know me, I got to know them, and where there's one person, I feel like everyone should listen to the one person that's out there trying to do better. Y'all, we did so much work on Mary Lou Hazel Rigg Park. I passed by there now, y'all, and I cry. The way that park is. I mean, in this lady's name, Mary Lou Hazel Rigg, as a single mom, back to school, Christmas, Easter, this lady helped me. So she helped a lot of us, shoes, socks, whatever. So we're trying to keep her name going. But we want her name to go all over Amarillo. I am so surprised that no one knows about the free haircuts and free braids that we have done for 7 years. We didn't do 20 because of the pandemic. But y'all, we've been doing this for 7 years. The most of the time, we do it alone. No one is giving us anything. We out here, we begging, we praying, we crying. I mean, you know, I don't care. I go to that park and that 40-ounce stay drinking. I tell them, you could have given me that to groom the children. I worked in the schools, guys. The very first day of school, when those kids are not groomed, that starts the bullying. Because the kids are making fun of them. The kids are laughing at them. You know, I had to leave the cafeteria line and go and cry because they were making fun of these kids. Send these kids to the back of the line and serve those kids that they're picking on. And all I ask Amarillo is help us. Help us. Finally, I went bankrupt getting a nonprofit. My treasurer and I, we worked in that park one year in our pajamas because we had no one to help us set it up. You know, it's now that Miss Lila, I talk too bad, so they tell me to sit down somewhere and stay out of their way and let them do it. Well, y'all, I'm 74 years old. It's time for me to let them do it. I've been asked to move Mary Lou Hazel Rigg Braids and Fades. No. We are centrally located. Guys, we do Africans, we do white, we do Hispanic. Hey, kids have no color to us. Our kids, the one thing that our kids don't know, Mr. Stanley, they don't know you. They don't know what you do. They don't know anything about a mayor, a city councilman. They're not taught that. I have some invitations here that I'd like to give you guys. August the 13th. I'm going to get up to that policeman. I'm not coming up there.
You can go ahead and bring those up here, man. Or he'll help you.
Come up here, so sit down.
Patron was just going to help you. Thank you, ma'am. Hey, I appreciate you speaking. We'll get as many of us there as we can.
Okay, come see y'all privately.
Let me thank you, Miss Lila. So let me just say this. This is August 11th. Hamlet Elementary School, Bones Hooks Park. No, I'm sorry. You're at Hamlet. From 5:30 to 7:30 is what this says.
August 11th.
Yes, ma'am.
We are at Hamlet Park registering kids.
Okay, to register.
On July 29th, this Saturday, we're at Bones Hook Park for the Water Bash registering kids. We register because we got to know how much food we need, how much hair we need, how many barbers we need.
Fantastic. So we have Bones Hooks Park August 13th at 10 a.m.
That's us.
Okay, ma'am.
Come see us set up. Feed the little baby.
We'll get there. Thank you, Lila. Appreciate you. To that way. We have anyone else here to speak today? If not, we'll move on with our agenda. Okay, we're going to go ahead and close public comment, moving into our discussion items. Do we have anything on our agenda right now that anybody needs any further information or questions on from council? No. Mr. City Manager, item 6B is a presentation on the current status and progress for our city plan. Mrs. Emily Kohler to give a good presentation, I trust.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As you know, this is a project that is crossing councils, and so this will be our first progress report to you. Our consultant team is on Zoom, so I will introduce them here in a bit, but we might ask for a little bit of patience here as we maneuver this very technical setup that we have. So I'm going to give a little bit of a background, though, before I turn it over to them. This is an update to our 2010 comprehensive plan. Comp plans set land use policy and are required by the Texas Local Government Code for cities who adopt and enforce a zoning ordinance. And the best practice is that they are updated to match changing demographics, trends every 10 years or so. And at a very high level, what we're trying to achieve for Amarillo is a better growth pattern, to be more strategic about growth, and we hope that that will result then in an increased tax base and a plan that better reflects the community's priorities for reinvestment. So on Zoom is Jay Rankins. He's our principal in charge of the project. He's also the director of firm-wide planning and design for MIG. This is the firm that we worked with to do the park's master plan, so they were familiar with Amarillo, especially doing community engagement as part of that. And then we also have Saul Vasquez, who's our senior project associate. And what I'm going to do is move over to where Andrew is sitting, because that's actually where the mic is that they can hear. And so I'll let Jay present, and then I'll be over there, and we can facilitate any kind of questions, discussion at that point, but I'll be over there.
And Council, if I can make one point of order, if you'll speak clearly into your mics for this, the speakers are what the consultants are going to be hearing on the other side of the Zoom.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. We really appreciate the time today. Emily, just a quick check on the sound. Is it coming through all right?
Yeah, it sounds good. I'm going to try and just pin you. No.
Okay.
Yes, you're good.
That did not work. Oh, okay. How's that? Does that look okay to everyone?
Great. Thank you, Emily. So yes, thank you for the time this afternoon. We just wanted to give you an update on where we are in the process. We'll be before you a couple of other times before bringing forward a draft plan towards the end of this year or early next year. So there we go. The project team. Internally, we actually have quite a few staff involved in the effort, more than are on the screen here, but as part of our project management team is Emily, Shari, and Joy Stewart, Assistant Director of Communication. We have myself and Saul today, but we're joined by several other folks as well, both internally at MIG, as well as with some supporting sub-consultants. Economic and Planning Systems, EPS, is looking at market economics and helping with housing, economic development strategy, and implementation. Walter P. Moore is looking specifically at transportation and infrastructure. And Clarion and Associates is a firm that also actually develops comprehensive plans. Sometimes we partner together on certain particular efforts. So they're looking specifically at policy and how the policy direction provided in the comprehensive plan may or may not inform the update to the zoning code that is expected on the heels of this effort. Quickly, what we want to go over with you today is a process update. We're going to spend a little time on the engagement summary. This has been a community-driven process to date, and we will fully expect it to be throughout the remainder of the schedule. So we want to give you some highlights of some of the things we've heard, also some of the ways that we've reached out to various stakeholders and members of the community. We have a draft vision and guiding principles that has been vetted with both our steering committee and the community. Not to say that that's written or solidified or written in stone at this point, but we definitely feel like we've made some really strong progress there. But it can obviously evolve throughout the process still. We're in a part of the process that's called scenario planning. So it's really looking at sort of development and growth and sort of how do we manage and shape that moving forward. So we're going to talk about some land demand analysis we've been doing, thinking about population growth that is projected for the region, how that has implications for Amarillo in terms of jobs, population, and housing units. Then get into something called place types, which I won't explain now, but it's an evolution of the future land use. Community and steering committee scenario input, and then getting to sort of a base scenario and capacity scenario that we've investigated. And then most importantly, I would say for today's presentation, beyond the summary of the community input, would be the alternative scenario that is sort of emerging right now. And then we want to leave plenty of time for discussion with you all. So our process update, we have 5 phases of the planning effort. You can see on the screen here. We actually started last fall with some kind of pre-planning, listening sessions with the community and stakeholders before really launching a public-facing outreach in the spring of this year. So in that early phase, we had the kickoff, existing conditions and guiding principles, establishment, and we're now in the period of this section of the planning process where we're looking at planning elements and recommendations. Planning elements is a term used in comprehensive plans. You can look pretty much at the legislation in any state, including Texas. Plan elements are the topics that are covered in the plan. So those would be housing, land use, emergency services, community facilities, parks and recreation, so on and so forth. So all the different kind of components that add up to the city's comprehensive plan. We then, we're really sort of at the front end of this phase, so we expect that to take us into mid-fall, at which point we'll be still, tweaking some of those recommendations, have some room to adjust the vision, guiding principles if need be, but really focusing on implementation at that point, thinking about what is the right strategy for Amarillo, how much of that is incentive-based, or providing guidance but not requiring, what is actually regulatory, and also who are our partners in implementing the plan moving forward. And then there'll be a draft plan and adoption, as I said, towards the latter part of this year and spilling into the early part of 2024. We have a great steering committee that has representation of businesses, of neighborhoods, different nonprofits and institutions across the community. We have met 4 times thus far, really covering and aligning with some of those phases that I've outlined on the previous slide. We have another 4 at least meetings to go. We've created some kind of buffer in our scope in case there's additional conversations necessary, but they've really been helping us navigate some of the analysis and findings that we've created, as well as the community input, and have been really instrumental in shaping the scenario that you'll see today. We also have a city plan website. There's been over 5,000 visitors to the website. And on there we have had a survey. We've done a virtual open house, which I'll speak to in a second, was hosted there. We have a schedule about upcoming meetings. Our presentations and other collateral materials from the workshops and steering committee meetings are posted there, as well as some of the interim deliverables, existing conditions report, the public participation plan, and some other components. The virtual open house I mentioned was live in the spring. We had over 320 visitors. It basically created an opportunity for people to navigate either on their phone, on a tablet, or a computer through what we did during the first community workshop. So people could sign in for updates. They could look at the presentation as well as some of the boards and materials that were available there. I mentioned the community workshops. We've done 2 rounds so far. In each of community workshop number 1 and then community workshop number 2, we actually had 2 meetings, one during the day at the downtown library, and then a second somewhere else in the community at a library. So in community workshop number 1, which occurred on March 7th, that was the Northwest Library. In total, across the 2 sessions, we had over 150 residents participate. And then on May 2nd, we had workshop number 2, again, downtown during the day, and then the East Library in the evening. And we approached about 100 participants in that session. We had a survey online, as well as hard copies available. Over 2,000 participants in that survey, basically during March and April. We distributed through a lot of different means, actually created a student-specific survey, and got really great representation of the community. Of those 2,000 participants, about 62% live in Amarillo for longer than 20 years, and 90% of the respondents live within the city limits. So we were able to look at the results, kind of cutting across different demographics, such as age, which you're seeing in the lower part of the screen there, but also, residents and non-residents, looking at how long people have lived in the community. Not a lot of differences when we started to look at those cross tabulations, but the detailed survey report, which is available on the website, does highlight a few of those differences that we did see. A couple of key findings from the survey that we wanted to share with you, because I think they do help to inform some of the scenario work that we're doing right now, and ultimately some of the recommendations that we'll be developing to include in the draft plan. The first, I would say, could be summarized in that the top one there, which says preferred investments over the next 20 years. Really a commitment to investing in what exists today. Looking at existing roads, utilities, and other infrastructure, maintaining and improving existing parks and open space, some of the public amenities, and then also some of our existing neighborhoods, particularly those in the older parts of the community, thinking about homes, yards, sidewalks. So again, in summary, a priority for investing in what we already have. Next would be looking at growth in the next 20 years. A commitment there and sort of redeveloping older rundown areas of the community, really leveraging existing infrastructure and existing amenities, favoring infill of vacant sites for new housing and commercial uses, and developing additional walkable centers in other places that provide shopping, dining, and employment close to where people live. So that could be in new or existing areas of the community when you kind of think about development. Finally, what were some of the top priorities that the community should address over the next 20 years? Affordability was a concern, really thinking about long-term, particularly with the sort of intense trends that we've seen in other places, but that are beginning to impact Amarillo in certain ways. Thinking about aging infrastructure and really prioritizing economic development to make sure that the community is strong in terms of the business community as well as incomes for individuals and households. A few of the other opportunities to highlight really quickly, the staff has done an amazing job with pop-up outreach events, which are basically sort of piggybacking on the success of other events, bringing out boards, materials, handouts to educate people, solicit input. So you can see examples of a few of those events, as well as small group and stakeholder engagement with our steering committee, as I already mentioned, but we've also conducted a series of listening sessions. We had a city council briefing last fall, this one today, and we'll have more moving forward, as well as this planning and zoning commission. And then finally, there's been some student-specific outreach in terms of student survey available and interview highlights, videos, also a website landing page for public schools and private schools. The social media interactions have been really successful, and then really leveraging the email distribution list that the city has already. So what we've heard through all the outreach, in addition to some of those survey results that I highlighted for you, this sort of emphasis again on maintaining existing infrastructure, providing safe community spaces, increasing quality of life for all Amarillans, diversify and support affordable housing, amenitizing park spaces, supporting economic development opportunities, and revitalizing older neighborhoods. So we sort of put that all together into the draft vision and guiding principles. Starting with the vision, this is the current draft. In 2045, Amarillo is a diverse, vibrant, and family-friendly community surrounded by wide open spaces that has reinvested in its original infrastructure, neighborhoods, and districts, and guided growth on its edges that have created amenities and opportunities for all Amarillans. Amarillo is a regional economic and service hub and national destination that celebrates a small town charm, historic and cultural roots, and strategic location with a unique mix of shopping, employment, housing, entertainment, parks, and open space. They've then created a set of guiding principles that are intended to help both in terms of creating the scenario to guide growth moving forward, as well as the specific recommendations and implementation strategy that will be outlined in the plan. Currently, we have 6 guiding principles. The first is to create a variety of walkable destinations throughout the city while ensuring convenient local and cross-town connectivity for cars, bikes, and transit. In the survey, in the listening sessions, in the community meetings, some of the conversations we've had, there's been a desire for more walkable places, but there's also an understanding that Amarillo currently and in the future will be a place where people want to and need to get around by car, and perhaps more conveniently bikes and transit moving forward. So the idea of creating a walkable place is really targeted and not necessarily imagining that everyone would be walking everywhere for all their trips. It's really to provide an option, hopefully close to where people live, but still probably driving there, parking once, and then walking around. Providing a range of housing opportunities with nearby employment and services to support all income levels and age groups is the next guiding principle. So really thinking about the diversity of housing that exists already, how to supplement that with development that comes over the next 20 years, and thinking about who that serves and where the opportunities are. Prioritizing reinvestment in existing infrastructure, neighborhoods, districts, and recreational amenities. I've mentioned that several times already, so that shows up as a guiding principle. Encouraging a diversity of low to medium scale places throughout the city. We'll talk a little bit more about places in the coming slides. But that idea that Amarillo is not intending to, at least the residents have indicated, create really dense, really tall development. The idea would be to have things that are in character with what already exists, perhaps creating little pockets of slightly increased density, mainly to alleviate pressure on existing neighborhoods and the need to develop some of our green fields on the periphery of the community. Increasing overall quality of life for all residents by promoting safe, clean, and protected neighborhoods with well-amenitized parks, park spaces, goods, and services nearby. So that's really about amenitizing existing and future neighborhoods. And then finally, celebrating cultural and historic assets along key corridors and in specific neighborhoods and districts. So really wanting to be true to what Amarillo is and who Amarillo is as a place and as a people. So the scenario inputs to date, EPS, Economic and Planning Systems, again, they go by EPS for short. One of our team members has done some work looking at the regional forecasts that are provided by the state demographer. And so looking at the region, looking at those forecasts, then looking at how that would translate to the number of jobs that would likely be captured within Amarillo or within the ETJ. And translating that both to jobs as well as the land demand So thinking about different types of jobs, the housing, or the job density that is associated with those types of jobs, and then converting that to a need for so many acres to accommodate that growth over time. So that results in that analysis about 27,000 jobs would be added between 2022 and 2050, and that is an annual growth rate of about 0.8%, and annual average of jobs added of a little under 1,977. 4 major categories for that growth would be highway commercial, local commercial, office and institutional, as well as industrial and distribution. Then we flip over and look on the residential side. Similarly, looking at those population forecasts, beginning to translate that to households. So looking at the distribution of different types of housing that would be expected based on what exists already today, as well as demand kind of trending moving forward, and the number of people per household. So that would result in that population growth, of about 50,000 residents by 2050 for a total population of about 260,000, which would translate to growth of about 21,000 households, but about the need for 22,000 households, assuming a vacancy rate of about 5%, which is a historical rate. And then, obviously, as we move forward, we want to think about the types of housing. So the kind of pulling the trend forward of what exists today would be about 60% single-family detached, 10% single-family attached, 5% townhomes, and 25% multifamily. I mentioned places earlier. As we get into the scenarios over the next few slides, wanted to talk about sort of the approach that we're taking. We've worked closely with the steering committee to sort of confirm this approach and revise it a bit, and vetted it with the community as well, both in terms of are we talking about the right types of places and what types of places would be a priority in Amarillo. But what is a place, or place type is what we're calling them. We have multiple types of places, 10 in fact, that we've identified. So they're a little larger scale and aren't quite as specific as a zoning district. A typical approach in a comprehensive plan, including your currently adopted comprehensive plan, is for future land use, which does a good job of describing what can happen, but not so much the how, or what it looks like, or how it relates to its neighbors. Which is something that we've observed, something that we've heard from the community and from the steering committee, is that compatibility is a really important thing, both in terms of height and setbacks, the access, so starting to think about transportation and infrastructure, as well as parks and other amenities that would be necessary as you begin to sort of add the development up. Does it create a place or not? And so it looks at land use, character, housing, employment density, transportation infrastructure, and as I mentioned, transitions from one use to another, potentially within a place, but also between places. So we have developed 3 different types of places in the neighborhood category, so primarily residential of different scales. In a mixed use category, both in terms of the scale, the footprint, but also in terms of who they would serve. So a neighborhood mixed use being the smallest scale, serving the more immediate area, community mixed use being a little bit larger scale, probably serving multiple neighborhoods or even a part of town, and then regional mixed use really being limited to downtown. It's going to be your most intense development, have the largest footprint, and actually serve everyone citywide, as well as other folks living outside of Amarillo. A third category of places or place types is districts. So this includes more traditional commercial districts, campus, which I think generally the go-to would be medical or educational campuses, but it could also include office or civic campuses as well. Innovation, which is looking at smaller scale, mixed-use places, usually with an employment focus, but could have some residential and retail components. A lot of times it's adaptive reuse of existing buildings, commercial, industrial, or otherwise, but don't necessarily have to be. And then finally, manufacturing logistics. As we said, one of those important growth areas moving forward for Amarillo. And then I guess not necessarily development types, but place types still. Parks and open spaces, We would expect parks to be integrated into all of those different places that we hit on the previous 3 slides, but the larger regional parks would be their own place, and then having a reserve designation as well for places that we'd want to retain as undeveloped land or agricultural land, or potentially just reserve for the next planning cycle, potentially moving forward post-2050. So we asked the steering committee what their priorities were amongst these 10 place types, and we heard that the community and neighborhood mixed use kind of elevated to the top, as well as parks and open space and the innovation type of place. So creating more places, where you can have making, where you can have maybe creative office. There can be some residential as well as destination retail. Creating walkable destination hubs was a priority when we kind of turned our attention to the maps, as well as establishing corridor identities at multiple scales. In that early May session, we also talked to the community. In the daytime session, at those workshops, we heard revitalization and beautification were priorities, multimodal connectivity, encouraging mixed-use types of development, and community activity centers. And in the evening session, there was a strong emphasis on more equitable development, so making sure that new investments that are made, whether it be public or private, can be enjoyed by all residents, and hopefully with greater geographic distribution. Family-friendly destinations were a priority that were highlighted, connectivity to parks and open space. So that's an opportunity to really take advantage of and leverage an asset that we already have. Reducing industrial uses directly adjacent to neighborhoods. So again, sort of not to say that there shouldn't be a lot of employment land probably reserved and protected, but really thinking about its adjacency to existing residents. And then finally, creating additional affordable housing options. So getting to the scenarios, we have 3 currently. Base scenario, which is really just what the modeling software that we utilize, what it kind of generates as the existing conditions. So you can see the population is a little higher than the true population. So there are some rounding errors and things. But as far as magnitude of change, this provides us a starting point. So you can see of the approximately 90,000 dwelling units in the base scenario, nearly 2/3 of those are large lot detached single family, a little over approaching 15% small lot detached single family, and then to a smaller degree attached single family, which would be townhomes, duplexes, triplexes, things of that sort, and then multifamily accounting for about 16-17%. And then employment is nearly mirrors dwelling units. That's pretty typical as kind of a rule of thumb in communities, that the number of dwelling units you have, households in essence, mirrors the employment population. So our first sort of exploratory scenario that we created was really based on the existing zoning, seeing what the existing zoning could accommodate within the city limits. And so we translated the zoning designations that exist today to place types, used some best guesses here since zoning in some cases allows multiple uses. For instance, your industrial zoning actually allows commercial uses, allows residential uses, and so again, we had to make some judgment calls here. And so the blue on the map, which is one of the most prevalent colors, is manufacturing logistics. The light yellow is also, it's probably actually is the most prevalent, is the neighborhood low designation. We also have quite a bit of pink on the map, which is representing commercial. And you can see the large parks and open space, those regional parks, John Stiff, Rick Klein, and Thompson Memorial, taking up quite a bit of space as well. So when we mapped the existing zoning as a translation to place types, it resulted in the numbers that you're seeing on the right-hand side of the screen. So the way that we did it initially, which we got some great feedback from the steering committee, so we're actually in the process of doing a new iteration of this. But when we applied that originally, it basically assumed that everything, including everything that's developed today, redeveloped to its maximum kind of capacity based on the zoning. So maximum height, maximum, or I guess minimum setback, so, maximum footprint, as well as the use that would kind of generate the most revenue in some cases, the most jobs in other cases, most dwelling units. And so it really was thinking about just what is entitled, and if everything was developed to its maximum entitlement, we'd actually have quite a bit of capacity, well, far exceeding what those projections are. So more than doubling the population, more than tripling the number of dwelling units, and more than quadrupling employment. So what the steering committee sort of inquired about and instructed us was, well, maybe we just look at the vacant parcels in terms of what is zoned in that capacity. So we are doing a second iteration of the capacity kind of scenario, looking at the zoning, looking specifically at vacant parcels, and we'll bring that information back to you all, the steering committee and the community, moving forward. But that set up an alternative scenario that we're beginning to explore. We did have a presentation to the steering committee about a week ago where we presented this, and really it builds on all of those inputs that we've heard from them, as well as from the broader community input in the surveys and the listening sessions and those workshops, as well as some of the pop-up events that the staff has been conducting. And we're sort of summarizing that in terms of complete neighborhoods. And so we think that complete neighborhoods has, three kind of major implications. There's probably some subtleties and nuances that we'll need to explore moving forward. But the first is thinking about older neighborhoods. If you remember those colors, the blue is manufacturing and logistics. The darker kind of orangey yellow color is the medium, neighborhood medium. And then the pink is commercial. The purple that's introduced in the aspirational pattern is the neighborhood mixed use. And so the idea would be to conceptualize a development pattern moving forward for these older neighborhoods to help protect the residents. So those areas that are predominantly residential, setting policy that we want to retain those as neighborhoods and even enhance those neighborhoods moving forward. At the same time, we want to preserve light industrial that exists as well. So that sets up a potential rub in those places where we may have those two existing in the same place today. So that is something that we want to talk to the community about. In certain cases, we think there's an opportunity, though, to use neighborhood mixed use and commercial uses or places, as a transition or buffer between those manufacturing and logistics, kind of those light industrial and heavy industrial places, and the existing neighborhoods. Here's some photo examples of some of those kind of neighborhood mixed-use places that could be sort of a transition between existing neighborhoods and light industrial or manufacturing and logistics places. The second pattern would be for newer neighborhoods. Generally, this is to the west and southwest in Amarillo. The pattern on the left really builds on the neighborhood unit concept that is in the current comprehensive plan. Largely single-family residential within the sections, kind of between the major roads, commercial at the major intersections, and a park, and potentially other amenities, kind of embedded within those neighborhoods. We think moving forward that there could be building on that pattern, an emphasis along the corridors to really focus some of the commercial development at the intersections rather than just sort of strewn along the corridors, to create some of these mixed-use places that might be more walkable, more accessible to the existing neighborhoods, and then potentially doing some missing middle housing and for additional housing diversity focused along the corridors. And then here's some photo examples of some of those more walkable places, newer commercial development that may integrate some housing, but I think in most cases this would be horizontally mixed use. And so you'd have commercial, other entertainment destinations, community serving uses immediately adjacent to housing. And in certain cases, it could be vertically integrated, like the images on the bottom of the screen show. Finally, with new neighborhoods, particularly thinking about development to the west as the loop is completed, the current pattern is really to focus, commercial along those corridors, some manufacturing and logistics. So really thinking about those corridors being opportunities to transition to the existing single-family neighborhoods as well as new single-family and neighborhood medium places, really strategically locating different places along the highway to create a desirable pattern and to set an edge for the community rather than a pattern that would just continue in perpetuity and sort of negate that ability to achieve our vision of having kind of wide open spaces on the periphery of Amarillo. Here's some photo examples of some of those uses. So a more traditional commercial development in the upper left, but that is walkable still, has plenty of parking. But once you're there, you could walk from store to store instead of having to get in your car to go from store to store. Some, more modest multifamily housing, some attached single family in the lower right, and then manufacturing, logistics, and distribution in the lower left. So when we started to apply these different patterns, what you can see here, the gray are different shades representing what is already entitled or existing on the ground. So really no change there in all the different grays, whether it be a dark gray or a light gray. So calling your attention then to the purples, the darker yellows, some of the lighter yellows, and the blue, really helping to define pieces of the downtown and kind of the center city area, the neighborhoods immediately adjacent to downtown, largely that are zoned industrial today. Looking at places that should remain industrial, and we should really lean into that and encourage that type of development. And then looking at existing neighborhoods and how to, as we said earlier, kind of protect and enhance those. Looking to the southwest, you can see some of those examples of creating or encouraging, again, mixed-use places at major intersections, some of those transitioning and using the neighborhood high or neighborhood medium types of places to transition to existing neighborhoods. And then to the west and to the north, you're seeing some of the application of the pattern for new neighborhoods or new places and mechanisms and strategies to make those complete as well. Here it is with the colored map kind of faded back. So you're beginning to see, we're largely still a single family place in 2050 based on this scenario. We have the large regional parks. And then beginning to create, again, some of those walkable destinations that the community talked about while really retaining our overall kind of look, feel, and character. And here it is in full kind of color saturation on what it would look like with some of those new places kind of overlaid onto the existing places that either exist today or are already sort of planned or entitled with the existing policy direction and or zoning. So this is just a little zoom in, and I'm nearly done. So thank you so much for your patience. This is a zoom in of the downtown area, and you're beginning to see some of those patterns that we talked about with mixed-use places, potentially along corridors or at different intersections, using the commercial and the mixed-use designation to buffer between a neighborhood medium or neighborhood high designation to our manufacturing and logistics. Similarly, you're seeing that in this transition here. So we fully expect that the community and the steering committee, as they dive deeper into this, are going to have different suggestions for the place type designations where they start and stop, but really so far getting some positive feedback on the patterns that we are encouraging, and then would create subsequently policies and other recommendations, implementation strategies to help implement. Which brings me to one of my last slides, is thinking about the potential policy direction. If this, in fact, is a scenario that is embraced by the community, that is included in the draft plan and maybe even included in the final plan as adopted by you all, a couple things to consider. One would be, really maintaining these strategic employment areas. There are communities that have approached this in a variety of ways, and they've actually sort of eroded the employment base and the potential to enhance that employment base. So we really want to make sure that we're learning from those other places, some of their missteps, retaining, protecting some of the larger areas of employment land, and then look at some of those that may want to or are good candidates for a transition to innovation, but again, with that employment focus. We think that based on the community input, there's a lot of support for improving compatibility in transitions. So thinking about making these areas that are primarily housing, residentially focused zoning district, perhaps longer term. That could be voluntary. It could be sort of administratively done. But that would be the way to ensure that those residents, that those households actually remain households long term. And typically, when you're not quite sure what's going to happen right next door to you, or there is already an industrial use right next door to you, you're less likely, whether you're a resident owner or occupant, or maybe you're a landlord, you're less likely to invest in those properties too, which can contribute to some of the rundown nature of some of the individual homes or neighborhoods. Also integrating amenities and mapping those to buffer industrial from the residential. And then finally encouraging neighborhood and community mixed use. So that'd be that smallest scale and kind of mid-scale mixed use integrated in greater areas of, or more areas of the community. So looking at transitioning some of the existing commercial areas perhaps to mixed use. How might we shape that, provide incentives to do so, or at least provide a clear roadmap on how to achieve that if someone was interested. Encouraging missing middle and multifamily housing along the corridors, and promoting neighborhood main streets in older neighborhoods. The steering committee, in seeing these, confirmed that they liked the direction, and also, I would say, articulated, that they wanted us to investigate policy direction, recommendations as we move forward into the planning elements that would really create a more of a I guess, guidance and encouragement rather than a heavy hand in achieving some of these aspects of the community's vision. And again, this is just an initial scenario that we're exploring, this initial complete neighborhood scenario, but whatever that ultimate preferred scenario would be, that would be the preferred approach. So with that, would love to take any questions or comments. We do have, just FYI, a slide with some next steps that Emily can hit before we close, but we'll turn it back over to you all.
Great. Thank you, Jay. We're happy to take whatever questions, comments, any feedback you have about the policy direction, or it's open at this point.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Kohler. Any questions from council for Jay or maybe Emily?
I do have one question, just on the, and this is Les Simpson, by the way. On the community input, you've probably worked in other markets. How would you rate our community input so far, listening to the citizens from both a quantity standpoint and a quality standpoint? How does the interest in the community and the feedback they're providing, how does that compare with other places that you've worked with?
Yeah, I would say that the quantity we're never happy with, probably in any community. I do think that we want to continue to get more and more people aware of the planning process and engaged. Emily may want to speak to it too. I do think that we have had a really good participation. We're in the thousands of people who have engaged in some way. The greatest participation has been online, which is fantastic, and it's good, and it helps us sort of easily quantify some of the input. But we do want to get into some of the more nuanced conversations, and so we'll be continuing to look for creative ways to engage folks. We also want to have some more nuanced kind of neighborhood, maybe not neighborhood specific, but at least geographically specific conversations, because we know it's not a one-size-fits-all solution across the community. So that's something that we'll continue to be emphasizing in the second half. In terms of the quality of input, I've been really, really impressed, honestly, with, I would say, how much people do understand about the community already, about how development works or doesn't work. People, kind of getting already that we will need to understand that this is private property, that the city has a certain role in terms of establishing policy and regulation, but it ultimately comes down to individual property owners' interests and desires to do something with their property. And, the other way that the community can really influence things is through infrastructure investment, whether that be, the pipes under the road itself, or some of our amenities like parks and open space. So we've had some really great conversations, but look forward to a lot more moving forward. I don't know, Emily, if there's anything you would add to that.
Yeah, I think that, you've seen this is pretty technical, but what people really want to know is, what does this mean for me and my property? And we understand that's going to be essential in Amarillo. And so the next step in the process is we're designing a new outreach program. We're calling them community connectors. So we're trying to reach a person. We've split the city up into 55 different geographies, and we're trying to find one person that's willing to represent each geography that can help connect us to their area and share this information, everything that we just kind of went through, and then bring it back to us. So we have tried a lot of different things. We've been really creative about trying to work with the community. So if you're looking at those numbers and you think they seem low, it's not for lack of trying. I will say that.
Les, that give you a good answer to your question?
Yes, thank you.
You have anything further?
One other question, too, just thinking about this. When you look in, of course, I understand that, but I heard you mention infill a couple of times, and I guess when you're, if you're just looking at the dollars and cents of this, if you put a plan together that can help encourage, facilitate, do whatever to develop infill, the advantage to the city when we're looking at dollars and cents is you're taking property that's really not producing very much taxable value at this point, and if people working with the community to create something that creates a taxable value, you're seeing a real financial benefit by bringing something online. Talk just a little bit about that, and what have you seen in other communities about that part of it to be able to generate additional property taxes by redeveloping, not raising people's property taxes?
Yeah, absolutely. So you're absolutely right. I think whether the property is vacant today or largely underutilized, infill development, whether it's adding something to an existing site or redeveloping a site completely, does increase the value, which increases the revenue to the city. I think on the other piece of that is, if we continue to just look at the periphery of the community, whether that be in the city limits or in the ETJ, there's infrastructure investment, necessary. Really either way, to be quite honest with you. There's upgrades needed to existing infrastructure in a lot of cases just because of the age. But the benefit in doing that in terms of infill is that it's not just serving that brand new development, it's also serving the existing development. So you're getting more bang for the buck. And it may, be that some of the infrastructure does not need to be replaced or upgraded versus, greenfield development, the need for brand new infrastructure, sometimes long runs at increased costs versus really targeted upgrades or improvements. In terms of incentivizing infill, there's anything from administrative pieces around streamlining the development review process, rezonings, that sort of thing. There can also be financial incentives related to, in some cases, direct. There are definitely examples of communities that have also provided tax abatement or tax credits. But But I think the best one is actually just being supportive in the utility investments and infrastructure investments. And then part of it is, frankly, having a good plan, having a vision for what's going to happen, providing certainty for the development community that if they invest in, a smaller parcel, which isn't going to have the same kind of returns for them as, being able to, kind of, I guess, take a larger parcel and approach that in a more formulaic way. But it has a greater return in terms of the community building, ultimate value of that property tends to be higher, and we can demonstrate that. But again, I would say the certainty that a plan provides that their neighbors are going to contribute to that vision too. So there's a few things, but we'll continue to have those conversations. Again, it was a point of emphasis with the community members. We want to continue to dive deeper into that sort of why infill isn't happening. We've had a lot of those conversations already, but I think now with a alternative scenario, it puts a little more meat on the bones to have specific conversations. But yeah, appreciate the question. I don't know, Emily, did you want to chime in on that one?
I think you covered that well, Jay. Thanks.
Any further questions from council?
I think I've got one. Was there anything surprising that this group brought forth to you guys or your department that y'all didn't already know when it came to what residents of Amarillo wanted? Was there anything that you're like, oh wow, we didn't know that?
Well, I think that the geographic distribution of the survey and the similarity of responses, like we know we're going to hear from the older neighborhoods that they want us to focus on the older neighborhoods, but we're hearing that across the city, and so I think that is surprising. I think as a community, we are hearing we want to reinvest in the older parts of Amarillo, and I think that was surprising to us.
Okay. Anything else, Councilman? Jay, great job on the presentation. My questions would just be kind of where do we go from here? Can you refresh us, Mrs. Kohler, on what we've contracted with on MIG to do and kind of how much further he goes, and then what we'll have when we're complete with that process?
Yeah, so we are about halfway through the process right now. The first half has been heavily focused on community engagement, developing the vision and guiding principles, and now we're moving into the work that we went into detail on today with the maps. And so that one of the deliverables from this project is a new future land use map for the city of Amarillo. So the place types are going to replace the future land use map, and that's intended to be a more flexible framework for us. So that's a deliverable that's supposed to help us make it easier to build and develop in the city. There are plan elements, so we're starting that work now with the steering committee. The next meeting will focus more on that than the growth scenarios, although we will cover the progress we're making on the growth scenarios. And then we have our final community workshop in September. And so between now and then, we're going to do this really focused outreach, try our community connector lunch and learns and that process, and hopefully engage a lot more people in the technical side of this. And I don't want to bring a plan back to you all where I don't feel like we've had enough conversation with the community about what this really means. So we are on track then to bring this to you for adoption in December or January. But if we feel like there are concerns or people don't think that they've had enough opportunity, we can delay that timeline a little bit. But we're trying to keep this to about a 1-year project timeline.
Okay. That's a good update. Thank you. I know my concerns were you shouldn't not plan. You don't want to not have an expectation of what could come. You definitely need to reach out to your landowners and investors, developers, those that have the ability to actually do this. You don't want to not listen to those people that are going to be affected, existing landowners, existing residences. But at the same time, you've got to develop a plan that allows for the fluidity of the market, and it allows for private business and private owners to bring what they want to the table. So what we're trying to do, if I'm hearing you correctly, is we're going to give a vision, and we've put the details and the color on it to show everyone, hey, here's what works best. Here's where our compatibilities flow in and out. Here's the way that the majority of the citizens want to see Amarillo grow, and then we're gonna still allow for the free market to move in and do what it needs to. And so we'll still do plan developments and things like that. And so is there anything in addition to that and kind of given that expectation?
No, I mean, one of the things that we said that this project would do would help us with the zoning code revision. And so that's not part of the scope, but what we said was, like, we will do this, we will figure out what Amarillo wants, and then we'll be more successful with any kind of regulatory changes in the future, because we will have heard from, hopefully, a broad part of Amarillo. So I do want to stress that and Jay touched on this, that nothing that would come out of this plan would be involuntary. I think it's not in the guiding principles, but it needs to be somewhere. We've heard that loud and clear. We want people to know that we want this to be successful and have it be a way. It's a carrot and not a stick tool for the city.
Yeah, and I think that is that's very important, that this is something that's they're recommendations, they're not mandates, and that the owners of the land maintain the ownership of their land. And we'd like to see that we as the city and as leaders in the city have done the best that we can to help guide growth in the direction that we've planned for and that we can accommodate. But then we still have to partner with those developers and investors as we grow our town. And then we have to somewhat be proactive but reactive at the same time in who's moving to Amarillo and what's the pace and how fast. And so I think this is good. I appreciate you adding that to it. That's all I have. Does anybody else have anything further on this topic?
I'd like to add one thing is, Mr. Mayor, I'd like for them to take your suggestion to go ahead and contact the builders, that community, and see if we can have a special meeting, because they're the ones that got to buy into this project, the builders, the realtors, and all of these people. I think if we spent special effort incorporating their ideas into this plan, we would be better off at the end of the day.
Yeah, and Mrs. Kohler, I believe we've already reached out, and you've gotten that good feedback from them, right?
Yeah, when we started, like those initial listening sessions, that was focused on the development community, and we have a number of them that are steering committee members. But as part of this next phase, and we've talked about this internally, that we need to do, now that we're moving closer to policy direction and those patterns, that we need to specifically sit down with our developers and builders and have that conversation with them. So we're on the same page.
Good.
Thank you, Councilman. If there's no further discussion on this item, we'd just like to thank Jay and MIG and his team for being here today. Anything further from you, Mrs. Kohler?
No, just
okay.
Thank you for being. I know that was long, but you're not going to see us again for a while. So.
Right. Our discussion item 6B. Do I have any requests for any future agenda items from council here today? Okay, seeing none, we are going to go ahead and take a 15-minute break. Adjourn for just a second, come back, and we'll take up our consent items. Thank you.
Thank you,
I
sir.
know, man.
Doing good.
We will call back to order here momentarily.
Have you been enjoying it, Les?
Yeah. I'm weird. I like budgets.
Well, I enjoy just people for the most part.
You know what? If I'd be better, it would
good. I mean,
okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and call our meeting back to order now. We appreciate you guys being timely on your break and giving us a minute to get sat back down. Item 7A is, item 7 is just the consent agenda. Do I have anything from council that needs to come off of the consent agenda before we move forward with that?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to pull item O and P off the agenda and bring them before next council.
Okay.
Where we can have further discussion.
Okay, so, Mr. City Manager, what I'm hearing Councilman Sherlin say is he'd like to pull items 7O and 7P, and then he would want to make a motion on that to table those items until the next session. Is that the best way to handle that, or would you like to not table them and just?
I can do anything council wants to do. We have Bo here. He can answer any questions council has today, if you want to handle those items individually, or we can push them to a future meeting. Bo, is there any reason why those can't be pushed? Okay, so we can push them to a future meeting if you'd like. We can do whatever you want to do. We can handle them individually after consent,
Okay.
or we can do them in a future meeting.
So, Councilman, is the reason you're wanting to push them, it's just 1 week because we have a meeting next Tuesday,
Yep.
but is it just because of the length of the day and the meeting we're already in?
Not really. I think it's going to be the length of the discussion on these items that's
Right.
going to push it later than we probably want. But
Okay.
we can do that, whichever y'all would prefer.
So, if we can confirm, once again with Bo, that we don't have any time frame, any criteria that we can't meet. If we push these until next Tuesday, I think that's what we'll do.
All good, Bo? Okay. Yes, sir. We can do that.
Okay.
We can remove these items from the consent agenda, and we can bring them up again at the next council meeting.
Would that be as a discussion item?
No, they would be non-consent. We'd put them on as non-consent items. I mean, I would talk to the mayor, and with his consent, we would put them on as non-consent items.
Okay. Well, I would ask for a motion then, Councilman Sherlin, possibly from you.
I'd like to make a motion that we move consent item O and consent item P to next Tuesday's meeting for discussion purposes.
I'll second.
Okay. Can I ask you to amend that motion to include consideration and approval of the rest of the items on consent?
And we would approve all other items on the consent agenda today.
As stated, okay. I have a motion. 1 second. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second. Mr. Folks, what did you have for us, sir?
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to point out the two items on the consent agenda that are ours are 9P and 9Q.
Okay, we have O and P.
No. They're on this agenda, Bo. You may have a different version.
A little older version?
Yeah, they're O and P on the agenda in front of council.
We believe they're both yours. We just wanted to make sure it wouldn't put you in a time crunch if we do it next week.
And just to be clear, since we have a couple of different versions on letters, we're talking about the Santa Fe Depot Pavilion trailer, concession trailer, and the replacement seating for the Globe News Center.
Correct.
Okay. So those two items will be pushed to next week's non-consent agenda.
Okay, I'd ask to just get clarity from this city secretary. Do you have what you need in that motion and everything good enough for our minutes?
I believe so. So we are moving 7O and 7P to August 1st, and we are approving the rest of the consent agenda as presented.
Correct.
Okay.
You did a good job there, Stephanie.
The motion.
Any further discussion from council on the consent agenda?
No.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes with a 5-0 vote.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Appreciate staff working with us on that. Okay, we are going to move into our non-consent agenda, and we're going to work a little out of order just because we have a guest here that may need to leave. So Mr. Kevin Carter is coming up to go over item 8D. If you'll go to 8D with me, that will be the first one that we'll take up. Mr. Carter, it's yours.
Let me get the microphone over here. I don't want to get in trouble. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you for Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing us to be here. Really excited about today's projects that we have in front of you. We have 3 different projects to talk to you about. The first one is Affiliated Foods. Before I get going on Affiliated Foods, though, I do want to introduce our guest. Noma Burr is the CFO at Affiliated Foods, and so I'm going to have Noma just wave, and she'll be available if you do have any questions along with myself and staff. Affiliated Foods has been in Amarillo since 1946, and they are one of the largest food warehouse and distribution in the area. They currently have 737 employees at their facility, and they have graciously, this is the second project that we've brought before this body in the last 4 years. 2 years ago, we brought Panhandle Pure bottled water facility through Plains Dairy. Plains Dairy is an affiliate of Affiliated Foods, and that was an awesome project that used an existing building. But today we're here to talk about their expansion at their current location. They are looking at building or expanding a $30 million capital expenditure and creating up to 50 new additional jobs that pay well above the median wage that is on our incentive guidelines. The incentive would be $10,000 per job, up to the 50 jobs. We would pay that out over a 5-year period, so $2,000 per year per job. The AEDC board approved this project on a 4-0 vote on July 26th. You can see it on the map there, the 2 locations that they are looking to expand. They're expanding on the bottom left of that. That is in their dry goods warehouse, and then the top right is an expansion of their existing produce facility. We love when projects expand. That's the best opportunity that we have here in Amarillo, is to get our existing businesses to expand. And we want to reward those businesses for doing that expansion. They already know how great it is to operate in Amarillo and the workforce and how well the workforce does. And so for them to expand, this is an opportunity for us to incentivize those 50 jobs at a total cost of $500,000. If they realized all 50 jobs, if all 50 jobs were created over the next 3 years and then through the next 5 on the payout period. Certainly would entertain any questions, or certainly I'm sure Noma would answer any questions as well.
Mr. Carter, we appreciate the presentation. Does council have any questions on this item? Okay, I don't think we have any questions for you, Mr. Carter, on that one. You can hang out, though.
I'm sorry, I do have one more slide. I'm sorry, I didn't go get to the slides. I messed myself up by asking to go early. I do want to give you the economic impact. That's something that we do with every project, give you the economic impact of these projects. The economic impact on just the 50 jobs and the $30 million expansion is about a $7 million economic impact over a 20-year period. So that's $7 million annually. Their current economic impact is over $80 million a year. That's their current impact. So they're going to add about $6.8 to $7 million per year over the next 20 years to that already existing $80 million. So thank you, Mayor.
Well, I'm glad I asked for that additional info, Mr. Carter. So no further discussion on any of this from council? Okay, I'd entertain a motion on item 8D, please.
I'd move to approve item 8D as presented.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilman Simpson, a second from Councilman Sherlin on item 8D. If all in favor would please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes with a 5-0 vote. Okay, we're going to go back to item 8A and take that one up. Mr. Carter.
Okay, this is what we're calling Project Night. This is a developer came to us several months ago and inquired about a piece of property for a Fortune 500 company and wanted to look at a piece of property for a warehouse and distribution. This property is located at the corner of Folsom Road and Axiom Drive. Axiom Drive is one of the new roads that we built, and this is in our Centerport business park. The building that's just to the north of where that yellow space that we're going to talk about, that's SSI Foods. That's our most eastern point in our Centerport business park. The project that we're asking, or the land that we're considering, asking y'all to consider is 20 acres, up to 20 acres. We think that's going to land somewhere around 16 acres, but we are asking to sell up to 20 acres at $55,000 an acre would be the sale price on this piece of property. At a later date, the end user on this project, I would anticipate, would come before this body and ask for some type of incentive. Also in that process, we would know who the end user is. And we also, in this purchase-sale agreement, we do have the option through that 180-day vetting period. They have 180 days to close on that deal. We also have some stipulations that if we find out that we don't like the end user, then we will not sell the piece of property to the developer. But what we're asking y'all is to consider to allow us to sell that up to 20 acres at $55,000 an acre, which would be $1.1 million plus closing cost and associated fees.
I'll ask if you have any other slides that we're
No,
going to
sir.
go over. Okay.
That's a great question, but no, not on this one.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Carter on item 8A? Okay, so Mr. Carter, I know we discussed this before. There's something in there in the contract that they have a certain period of time to execute construction. Otherwise, we would be able to purchase the land back. Is that right?
That is not on this.
It's not on this one?
Not on this agreement.
Okay.
But there would be there is something in that agreement that they have to start. We would, when we get to when we come and do the incentivization of the project, that's when we would have the right to put those stipulations in there.
So this is a straight land sale with no ROFR on it? That's
correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I was mistaken then. I thought we had a ROFR on this one as well.
We do not. At least I don't, not that I remember.
What's the status of the contract right now?
We are waiting on the approval today, and then we will let the developer know, and then I would imagine that we would get into the process where we're going to close at a fairly quick rate on this piece of property.
Do you know their schedule of construction, like their intentions, or have they let you in on any of that information?
They have not.
Okay.
We do know that the company, whoever the company is, this will be a prototype.
Right.
They do not have one of these facilities, or that's what we've been told from the developer. So this is a new concept, so that they're going to try out here in Amarillo. For a warehouse, this warehouse would employ more than the normal traditional warehouse of 150,000 square foot. So there will be more employees involved, and they do know that they will have to pay above that $45,000 median wage to qualify for any type of incentive.
Well, definitely not against the land sale in any way. Was just thinking through it in the way of kind of protecting the city's interest out there if we had a buyer that just sat on it and did nothing with it. Do you have a level of concern with that, or
no?
Or?
But it's certainly we're not to the point where we can't add that in. If council wants to add that in, we can say that in that 180-day vetting period that they have to close on that purchase sale agreement, we can obviously add some type of. Once they've done that, they have to commence construction within a year. We can certainly add that to the agreement.
Or even like 24 months, something
Certainly
give
can
them
be
plenty of
added to
time.
the agreement. We're not past the, I haven't signed the agreement, so.
Okay.
Because you guys have to, our board voted on that, but y'all are the final, y'all have to vote on it as well. And so we can certainly go back to them with that with that remedy in the purchase sale agreement.
Do you feel like that would cause any issue on the negotiation, or do you feel like that's something that would be pretty normal and what they're used to?
I can't imagine that it would cause them heartburn.
Okay.
But I don't know that, so for sure.
Oh, I would just ask council if they have an opinion on if that's needed or not moving forward.
I would agree. I think it's worth putting in. And again, like Mayor Stanley said, 24 months, I don't think that's pressing anybody, especially when we have 180 days, both ways, that a 24-month timeline to begin construction. I don't think that's a hard ask.
I don't think so either.
Okay. Councilman?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that.
Anything on this side? Okay. Well, then, just as a directive from council, we would just ask in the contractual negotiation to have a 24-month construction start time requirement after the 180-day due diligence period.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Anything further on item 8A from anyone? Nothing else on your end, right, Kevin?
No, sir.
Okay.
Do we need to amend anything in 8A?
I think you're allowing us to negotiate that with the land sale. I don't think that you have to have any type of, you don't have to put that in your motion. We just, by y'all's directive, we will put that in there.
Right.
Okay. Great. Well, then I move to approve the item 8A as presented on the agenda.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilman Tips, a second from Councilman Simpson. With no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes with a 5-0 vote. On to item 8B. Mr. Carter, that one's you as well?
Yes, sir. This one's going to be a little deja vu, so I'm going to talk about that. We originally brought this project to council on March 14th. This is Plant Agricultural Systems, or we call it Plant AS. They are a controlled environment production facility that will use state-of-the-art hydroponic technology. So they're a data company that is going to get into hydroponic farming. They are going to put 12 greenhouses on a 413.49 acre stretch of land that is north of SSI Foods that I just showed you, and the north of the land that we just that y'all just approved the sale of. And so this company came and we approved this project, like I said, on March 14th. It's going to have up to 750 jobs when they're fully done, and over a $500 million capital expenditure. The cool thing about this project, or the exciting thing about this, is that Lubbock is also doing a project with this company as well. Neither one of us had enough land to give them. They wanted over 1,000 acres in one spot, and we had this 400 acres piece of land, and Lubbock had a 640 acre piece of land. And so between the two projects, they're going to spend about $1.3 billion. What a way to collaborate for the two cities in West Texas to capitalize on our proximity to market. And so this was the original reinvestment zone. 22 acres. This was reinvestment zone number 22. It was for 400 acres. Like I said, this was considered and approved on March the 14th of this year. And then when they did their site layout completely, they found out that some of the 400 acres was in a lot of it was going to be in the Playa Lake, and they weren't going to be able to capitalize on all 12 buildings. And then it started raining, and then really found out that they would not have been able to build in that 400 acres. And so we're having to go through the process again because the law says that you can't just amend a reinvestment zone, that you have to go through the process again. And so that's why we're here today, is to go through this process again. And we've already gone through the new reinvestment zone, but this is how the old layout looked. You can tell with that dotted line, it was going to not allow for that 12th building to be built and a little bit of the 11th building. And so that's why we're here today to have you reconsider reinvestment zone number 23, which y'all did last time in council. We had a public hearing on reinvestment zone number 23, and then it was part of the consent calendar today. You can see the FEMA floodplain map typically does not come into play, but it came into play this year. And what this new agreement that we're going to ask y'all to consider is to give them 13.49 acres and then kind of move the zone a little bit to the south and to the east. This is the new reinvestment zone that was just approved in the consent calendar. This is the new layout that considers the new 13.49 acres and moving the acreage around. You can see a little bit of the red, kind of the red gridded mark. With the amendment that we're going to ask y'all to approve, in that amendment is some drainage easements for us and for them. And so it allows most of Centerport drains into that Playa Lake that we showed you on the FEMA floodplain. So in the original agreement, we did a $5,000 per FT job, up to 750 jobs. Those jobs are supposed to pay at about $47,000. We did a land conveyance of 400 acres. In the amended agreement that we're going to ask you to consider is 413.49. So we're adding 13.49. The job count stayed the same. And then in that amendment also, the EDC gained some drainage easement for all of Centerport. And so our board approved this location incentive agreement amendment on June 26th on a 5-0 vote. The original agreement was approved February 27th, 2023. I'm going to go through the whole proposal, and then if we can come back and then ask you to approve. The city's incentive proposal, what we're asking here is, like I said, it's a $500 million capital expenditure. They're going to employ at least 700 new jobs at $48,000 average annual salary. What we will be requesting is a stair-step abatement. Typically, we would ask for a 10-year, 100% abatement. On this one, with it being a new company, we're doing half of what we typically would do on a job creation incentive, 5 instead of 10. And then we're asking you to consider a 10-year abatement starting at 100% and reducing every year 90, 80, 70, and so on. The economic output for this project is tremendous. You've got $500 million in capital expenditure. It's about $65 million in annual economic output with this project, not counting the $500 million upfront in capital expenditure. So a tremendous economic boon for our area. They've already been in contact with Workforce Solutions and working with them on workforce even before this thing is built to make sure that they feel that they can staff this facility, and they are very confident that they can staff the facility because of their wage. So what we're asking for you to do is to consider the economic incentive, the LIA amendment. That would be what we would ask y'all to consider first.
Any questions for Mr. Carter on this item?
And I believe that the amendment was in y'all's packet, I believe, the amendment agreement.
Nothing from the council. So just a little further explanation on the tax abatement.
Yes, sir.
So you would have 10% of the full value, which would be, what, $50 million, come onto the tax rolls in year two?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I think we like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
I think, and then in year 3, it's goes up to 100.
Right.
So
yeah,
you're realizing some tax interest in that after year 2. Also, this project is in the city limits. It's in the process of being annexed. We met with Andrew and the planning department, and we're in the final stages of annexing all the 1,329 acres that we bought last spring. This is part of that 1,329 acres, so it would be inside the city limits.
Well, I think this council appreciates the creative negotiation on that side on being able to bring those taxes onto the tax roll sooner rather than later. And you still worked with, the entity and was able to incentivize according to what their needs were. So I don't know that we have anything further. We've seen it before. So if I don't have anything from you guys, just a motion and a second, we'll move along.
So you're going to need to make two motions,
We
one on
will.
the location incentive agreement amendment and then one on the tax abatement. Those have to be in two separate.
Yes, sir. So we're going to take up item 8B first, and then let me do item 8C separate. That way we keep them straight.
I move to approve 8B as presented on the agenda.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on item 8B. With no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes with a 5-0 vote. And we'll move along to item 8C. We've had the presentation on item 8C already.
That's
so
correct.
Just looking
8C
for
would be the consideration of the tax abatement 100% for 10 years on a diminishing factor.
just a motion from council on that one, please.
I will make a motion to, for 8C as stated in the agenda.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on item 8C. With no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes 5-0 as well.
Thank you, Mayor,
Mr.
Council.
Carter, thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
Moving right along, our last item on the agenda is item 8E. This is a discussion and a consideration to appoint one of our members to the Neighborhood Planning Oversight Committee. Miss Emily Kohler, you want to run us through it?
Yeah, I don't have a presentation. I can just give you a little bit of background. So the Neighborhood Planning Initiative was created in 2016. It's the partnership between Potter County and the city where each entity contributes funding to do neighborhood planning and then kind of oversee project implementation. And we've had a lot of really good momentum lately. Some of the grant funding that you're seeing from for the infrastructure projects is coming from the kind of interdisciplinary work with this. We have a good relationship with Potter County, and we'd love to have someone join us to continue that momentum. We did this in June, I guess, and Mayor Stanley took the first seat, and then we said that we would wait until the full council was seated to see the interest level from everyone before appointing the second member.
Thank you, Ms. Kohler. And I like this committee. I know we had to postpone one meeting, and I've made it to one other, but this oversight committee gets to affect and kind of hold accountability to a lot of what these neighborhoods get to do, and in the way in which we are putting monies into these neighborhoods to try to incentivize, and revitalize. I think it's really good to have a strong council, and then I like both the members that I get to work with plus the staff. So I'm just going to casually look to my left here as if we had anyone that might want to volunteer for this committee. I think it would be a really good committee for any of us, specifically over here to my left.
Well, I don't want to be accused of, not holding up my end of the committee bargain. So, Mr. Mayor, I would be honored and happy to volunteer for this position.
Well, we didn't expect that, but we do appreciate your willingness to volunteer. So we now have a willing volunteer who would like to serve on this. If we could get a motion and a second from someone else, we will formalize it.
I'll make a motion that Les Simpson be nominated to the Neighborhood Planning Oversight Committee that he overly wants to serve.
Mm-hmm. I think it's 3. Is it a 3-year term?
I hope it's 4.
Not formal?
No,
Hey, what's the term? You'll be there for a while.
at least 2 years, yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on item 8E. Do we have any further discussion on Les Simpson working on the Neighborhood Oversight Committee diligently for a long time? No. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes with a 5-0. We only have one more thing we've got to do here today, and that is motion to adjourn. That concludes our meeting. I really appreciate you guys being here. Can I get a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Yes, Mayor. I move.
Oh, you giving me one?
Yes. Oh, I move to adjourn the meeting.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
You're adjourned.